Hello, everyone. It's time to work on this game here. I've got my fan on. I was doing a little bit of stuffings. I've been doing a little stuff. And I realized that the picture that I can see on my phone does look completely different than what it looks like whenever I actually pull it up on my computer. With the lighting that I did on my free time. Well. Sorry. At least I get my full weekend this weekend, which is sweet. So, this is how it looks like. I actually extended the light from outside a little bit. So you can see the... Oh, excuse me. And whenever I look on this screen, it's way brighter than this one. But that's okay. Okay, so this is kind of what this... And so I added these furnace fires. I increased the size of them. I might try to make the orange a little darker to contrast with the yellow a little bit more because, you know, I think it would look better that way. And for the most part, I'm trying to kind of smooth out any edges. I added a light to the vending machine too. Trying to smooth out the edges a little bit so that there's not many places that don't have at least a little bit of light. But I guess it would be okay to leave some shadows. I'm not sure about it, you know. Yeah. What was the reason that I turned that on? Oh yeah, it was I was trying to make like a little bit more of a gradient. You know, I want a little bit more of a gradient through in this area, and I had an idea on how to do that. I'm not sure if it would work, but I do like the I do like that it's longer. I do like that it's bigger now. So let's see if I can do it in any way. You know? Doesn't seem like I'd be able to. But just ain't. I don't know. You know? Eh. I think we're, I think... We're good space away. I think we might just have to leave it, you know? And just kind of accept it how it is. But yeah, I'm gonna... The flames aren't perfect. I did my best, especially since I didn't make these 3 wide like I was originally planning to. So it's a little harder to get the flame perfect, so I just had to kind of move it over. I'm gonna look at a slightly darker orange. So I have this little color picker here, you know. And let's see, what do I have here? E7 AA5B. I see that in here anywhere. I'm gonna try the 60%. You know? I want to see what it looks like. I wonder if it would work here, like if I was to... No, that wouldn't work. I want it to be a slightly darker orange hue, you know? That is darker. Alright, if I change all of them, let's see what the place looks like. It is way oranger. I might add one here too. Or increase this one's radius just a little bit. Just increase that one a little bit, you know? Maybe 25 pixels isn't enough. And I might get rid of this one. You know, just the light source part. So if I'm gonna put this over here and just, so I'm not gonna delete it, so I could still use it, you know. So that kind of overwrites the light completely. That orange there. Do think that one being here would be helpful, but at the same time, I don't want to take away from the tiny little light that I put in here, you know? Alright, once again, I'm trying to see the like exact difference without that light in the middle of the furnaces. There's not much of a difference. So you know what? I'm gonna leave it. So that area's got nothing. That area's got nothing. So if I was to, say, do that, might light that up and go into that one. Okay, the shadows are a little... Oh, yeah. I also got the encounters working. And ignore the rat. That's just a stand-in. You know what I never looked into? I never looked into this room to see how this looks. Way too dark. Okay. So that means that I actually need to... I'm gonna try something out. Now, this might or might not look tacky, just having those in there, you know? They're just... I'm just gonna have to make them bigger. So that it's not... so dark. I don't want to change the other ones because they're, you know, fine. This one right here might not be good though. Might have to get rid of that one so that I could put the light for the... Copy that one. Okay. It's a little better. A little better. A little better. If I put that there. Alright, I'm gonna actually get rid of that and then put that back without the light. All right. Yes. You need me to open that? Like, what way? Like that? Oh, okay. Like that? Do you need it more, or? Okay. You're welcome, welcome. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? Down here in the dark, I'm just gonna put one of these. I wonder if I have a different one that would be better, but I think that... No. Actually, I'm trying to think of a reason that would be lit up, you know? So that I can have one down there. And I get not really coming up with anything. Alright, whatever. It's fine. I didn't set up the stairs yet. Ooh, where's some stairs? Oh yeah, I never fixed those stairs either. Or did I? I don't remember. I might as well try them out. See if I fixed them. Ah, yes, I did, but that doesn't work. Right. Okay, so I did do that, though. So I can copy this. 10 and 11. Paste that there. It might not be long enough, but I forgot to put myself back on this one. Ma 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 ma. Ma 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 ma. Ba 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 ba. Wait, did I make it to where I couldn't walk on those? That might also be one of the reasons it's not working. Oh, wait, that's not even the right one. Hmm? Can't go that way, can't go that way. There we go, maybe that'll work. Forgot to set up these stairs properly, I guess. Now I'm stuck. I can't. Okay. Out of here. No. That's not gonna work. Alright, maybe if I just place it over it again, it'll be fine. No! I have no idea why it won't go. Ah, he got me! Alright, you know what? I'm done. Yeah. Upper right. Threw off. Right, there you go. There. Alright, I'm done. I'm done trying to make it controller blade. What? Oh, I forgot to change this one to player touch. It's like, whatever, you know? What? And now for some reason I can't do that. For some reason I just can't go that way. Alright. 10 push-ups! Alright. 10 push-ups done. Oh. Can't be this, right? Kind of getting hung up on this. This is one of those things that I could be doing off camera. See, the question is, why can't I go that way, you know? What if I just did this? I just can't go this way at all for some reason. It's below character. It's player touch. But for some reason I can't go through that one. I can't walk onto that one. That's so strange. What if it's here? I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do the thing properly, but... Huh? Also, that's strange. Right there, in that one spot. What's up with this? What's up with that spot? Is that stupid? Is it stupid? It's pretty freaking stupid. There's a piece of a wall there or something that didn't count as floor. And now, what do you bet? I'm gonna move that here, move that there, and I'm gonna try this again. Put that there. Put that there. What do you bet it works now? It's like the whole thing that was the problem. With that. Really? Are you... What? What if I do it from here, then? If it doesn't work, then whatever. I'm just gonna put the other events back. Who cares? Okay, it doesn't work. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna put that back there, that back there. 'Cause I don't care. I don't give a darn. Couldn't care less. But I do need to do that. So that there's something there. Keep you from walking there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. I don't care. I don't care about that. Alright. It's really all that matters is that that's fixed up. Alright. Then we have... I'm gonna copy that and paste it. And this is R4. Also, I don't need to worry about this anymore. Because that didn't work. It just didn't work. Alright, and we're gonna shift this. We're gonna shift it up. Boom, shifted up. And then because I did, I'm just shift it down one. Oh, also, we can get rid of that. Who cares? Not I, said the fly. Alright, so, I don't need any of that, any of those events, any of those light events until the actual place is made, right? Right. So, first things first, I need a blank canvas. Alright. And technically I can move that wherever I want it to be, so. I just needed to know where the... And I don't need it to be actually, like, directly here, you know? But if I did have it here, I don't know why I went with that. I think first of all I need to figure out what the third room is going to be about. If the first room is the entrance, just scratch that entrance, right? I got the furnaces for combustible trash. Then we got the dump / landfill zone. What could the third one be? I have not a clue. I have no idea. I don't like this room layout, though. Hmm. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do some of that. I'm gonna do some of this. No, no, I'm not. No, 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 no. There we go. Perfect square, the way I wanted it to be. Let me do that. Save. Okay, I'm just kind of... I'm cooking. Cooking away. Trying to think of some crazy crap. Oops! I'm sailing away. Trying to think of some happy stuff. I'll do that. Sailing away. Now I got that song stuck in my head. Only that single part though, because I don't actually know the song. No! I don't know why I didn't just Control Z. My fingers are on it. They're waiting. Fingers ready to Alt Z. That's right, can't step to me. Meow, meow, Boom, 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 boom. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. All right, get rid of that. Wait. I got the wrong one. Bam, bam, bam. Da, 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 da. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, give me a sec, man. I have an idea. Need to get this bull crap on here first, though. I forgot the middle. I was looking around. I was like, what am I forgetting here? Oh. I'm gonna leave this wall alone. And this, this one's gonna go to like a small area. Do I want a minecart to be able to go in here? I don't think I do want a minecart going in here. But I do want something going in there, you know? Might make it a small door. No, because I do want. I do want that there, you know? And boom. There, I feel better about that. I do, however, need to get rid of that. This confuses me. I just noticed that there's a strange offset on this one. You know what? I might make the door here. Why isn't this wood the same as this wood? You know, that's a question that I have. Okay, I might make a tiny puzzle in here. Tiny railway puzzle or something. Ugh. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I won't. Wait. I don't know, is that too far into the room? Save it before I lose my nerve. Okay, now that I'm looking at this. Yes. Ugh. right? Maybe I should have made this go further in. Or I can bring this down. You know what? Yeah. I don't need all that extra room. One, two, three. Alright. Now you're gonna go up here. Wait. There. Boom. Hey, I didn't even mean to make those symmetrical. Maybe I should asymmetricize them. Symmetricize? Asymmetricize? It's definitely not the right word. That's the wrong. Yes. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta do squats? Man, that went by fast. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, hold on. I wonder, is there a way to... No? The question I was gonna ask is there a way to make one that looks like it's going nyum and nyum at the same time? I know how I could change it to where it could go right. With an event, that's pretty freaking easy. Alright, this is the first dungeon. I don't know why I'm trying to make it so complicated. I'll probably just... I have an idea for a mine that's basically like a roller coaster ride, so I'll just use this as kind of like an introduction to the mechanic or something. Let's see, switch. I guess we'll go with this one right here, right? And I'll be honest, usually I'll just do this kind of stuff. I'll get the auto create the door, and then I'll, you know, just grab this. See, since doors are basically the same thing. So I'll just take the movement route from it. And you know what? I'll also just take this. Oops. I don't need that, man. I'll just play sound effect. Let's see here. I think there's a switch. Let's listen to it. There we go. Now, same as character, action button. And it's actually better if I would have did it with the treasure, so I don't know why I didn't do that. Because I could be like, so, self-switch A, yeah. Self-switch A. I'm being so lazy right now instead of just doing it myself. Alright, and without that switch, you won't be able to go back down because you'll be stuck going this way and around. And you won't be able to go this way. Alright, and then I just... make this go backwards, which I'm having a lot of trouble with right now for some reason. Turn right. Delete. Turn left. Delete. Turn down? Wait, what am I doing? Cancel that. Oh man, my brain is not working right now. Shouldn't it just be up, right, left? No, wait. God dang it. Hold on. Okay, so I need to look at an actual character. Okay, so down, left, right. No, I got it right the first time. Oh, wait. So it's... down, left. Wait. This one would be down. I need to look at it. Down, left, right. So do right, left. Oh wait, yeah, the freaking thing doesn't need to be. Turn left, right. Leave that alone. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. Okay, so that's right. That's right. Turn down. Why? Why am I like this? Okay, down, left, right. Down, left, right. So it starts at right, left, down. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so stupid. Uh... Track switch dump. Wait, what am I doing? I'm losing it right now. Alright, turn off. Alright, then I'm gonna get rid of that. 4. Nope. Nope. Alright, and first off, we have that one. Right? Right. Then we new event. Track switch dump on. And it becomes that one. Below characters, actually. Yeah, actually. How did you know? Same as character action. Huh? Yeah. How did you know? Alright. And that's a simple little thing. You know? Simple. Way too time consuming because I'm an idiot and I'm tired. But, boop, boop. Look at that. Ka-choo, 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 ka-choo. Alright. And you know what I'm gonna do? You know what else I'm gonna do? You need to get onto it from somewhere, right? So boom. Nah, I'm not gonna do that one. Vegal. No light on it, huh? I might have to add a minecart light. Alright. I want a reason for this, though. What could the reason be? I don't know if I'm using these correctly in the first place, though. I have kind of an idea. But I don't know if that's how you use these. Down, left, right. Could make it multiple. Like that, right? And you have to click it 3 times. I don't know if that really works though, right? I could do that, but cancel. Just cancel that. Just I don't know what my goal is here. You know? I'm not making very rational decisions in my eyes. Man. Oh, my brain. Oh, I'm not doing well today. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna put this here. Yeah, he's got a face. He like a He like And that was the point. Alright, you know what? Let's put those there and there. Alright, those are the only ones that you can see. The only lights that you can see. Hello, Maximum Sharpie. Welcome. How are you today? Oh, God. I have no clue what I'm doing right now. Why do I leave this? Why is this my... Like, after a week of work, why is this what I do? Ooh, what you eating? Eating anything good? Eating something yummy? Freaking fan. Ooh. Working on your game? What kind of game? What's your game about? Spiced pork chops. Ooh. Ooh. I think they're probably delicious. Sounds good. Spiced pork chops. Thank you very much. I like the other ones a little better. Welcome to Yasamu. And how are you tonight? Today, I guess it's not tonight yet. I don't know what I'm aiming for, you know? I'm just kind of doing it, and I feel like I'm wasting my time. I didn't really get a day off from work this week, so I'm a little more scattered and slow with things. You really miss RPG Maker XP? I didn't get into it until VX Ace. And then I started and then I got MV. So, and then I've spent most of my time at MV. I don't need another... I should add SpongeBob? I'm not going to do that, but thank you for the 2 cents. How are you today? Welcome, Bebder. In what field do I work? I am a I'm trying to make this sound special. It's not special at all. The wheat field? It deals with wheat. I have a minimum wage job. Well, I guess it's a little more than minimum wage now. I am a sandwich maker. I work at a Jimmy John's. I'm a sandwich specialist. It's a stepping stone. Just wait until this game is made and I'm a billionaire. No, I'm just kidding. Sandwich artist, yeah. I make sandwiches for other people and myself, and whenever I had to eat a sandwich today. So I made it before I left. Sit-ups. I have to do sit-ups real quick. So I'll be right back. Come on, if anybody wants to do sit-ups with me, do them with me. 10 sit-ups. No worries, you don't have to do them. It takes a real team to create great sandwiches. I have no illusions as to what this is. Yeah, I just don't know what I'm trying to do here. Oh yeah, much less grease. Like I think that I would break out way much if I was at a burger joint. If I was working at like a McDonald's or something, I'd be greasy as all can be. And I'd get on here with a pizza face. And then I wouldn't get on here with a pizza face. There would be no more streams. Dude, what? How do you break a knee at McDonald's and not get anything for it? That's bullcrap. Yeah. It's a... Oh man, I'm so scatterbrained today. Yeah, that's why I would never work there. They do pay more, but you also... I don't think you get as much control over your schedule. And Jimmy John's, you get a little more control over that kind of stuff. Yeah. That sounds kind of cool. Just saying. Well, you won't be able to because this isn't an iron mine. If you'll remember from last week, it's a trash dump. I think they were starting to put like little computer screens so people could order their own food too. So they're also phasing people out from the fast food jobs. I am a pretty fast and good sandwich maker, though. I can at least give some. I can give myself some props for that. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, usually I get Saturday and Sunday off, but then on Saturday I like to work on this off camera and do some of the more busy work stuff. I'm in Texas. I wouldn't know. I just know my own situation. Texas. You might have been able to tell based on the accent. Okay. Focus a little bit. I'm just scrolling. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to accomplish? I'm trying to fill the place out and make it look a little bit better. That's what I'm trying to do. Should I put... You know what? I'll put another phone because, you know, they're gonna... You know, just in case, safety reasons, they need a phone. Jeez. Sorry to hear that it took you that long. Are you better now? Is your knee better? Like, can you walk on it at least? $7.25 Canadian dollars an hour. Yeah, I'm at 11 at the moment. 11 US dollars an hour. I bet you're getting more now, right? Dang! Big money! Go the Osamu. Yeah, buddy. Get that money. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing better than you were. I'll put some of these here. Dang! They're not too organized right here. I try not to. I try to be real good on that kind of stuff. Is that what the conversion from Canadian is? Yeah, that's right. That's nice, man. I think last year I made like, or the last time I did taxes, I did like 12,000 or something. Maybe like 11,000. Ads? There are ads? In the health and safety for mines? For an iron mine? So you got it on your own merit. That's what you're saying, right? No help? What am I doing here? I'm sorry. I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to engage and not doing and work on this. I'm not doing a very good job at either of them. 5 ads? Are you kidding me? I didn't sign off on that. Did they change my crap again? 3 ad? That's ridiculous. There's supposed to be like 1 ad, like, for like 30 seconds at most or something like that, unless they were really short. Man, I don't know. I don't know, man. All I can say is I'm sorry. It's probably gonna happen again at some point. Joystick? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I'm floundering. I'm floundering. I apologize to everyone. I apologize that I am floundering like this. Do I even need to really make this super... Okay, I'm just... Like Twitch, but no kids allowed, so you can get away with a lot more? Well, I don't really do much. I do have my aspirations, as evidenced. I'll give them another clock. They always deserve a clock where they're at. Okay, I actually, I don't know how much we've got, but we've been saving up for a video camera. Then I can make my movie, or at least start making my movie. Exactly. They need that clock to know when to clock out. And actually, management says that it's good for for workers' morale if there's a plant in the break areas. So as you can see, I have a single plant. In the areas where they can sit down. Don't touch it, it's fake. Boom, I'll put that there. The prisoners in your jail grow plants too if they behave. If they're good prisoners. That seems like a pretty nice reward for being good prisoners. I just don't know what I'm trying to do. Yeah, so they can garden whenever they get florist jobs. When they become a botanist. God. This is really not going the way I want it to right now. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get so much done. I'm feeling good today. And then I got a small little break in between work and doing this. And now I'm like, I got relaxed too much. I guess I could put some piles of things. Some piles of trash. Even though this isn't part of the dump area, maybe stuff gets stuck here. You want to grow potatoes and carrots and cucumbers in your backyard, but the deer would eat them before we get to them? Oh, freaking deer! They're the worst. Alright, so... I have an idea. There's that. I had a traffic backup the other day when you were walking home from a counseling appointment because a doe and her two fawns were crossing the road and the babies got spooked and too tired and they just laid down in the road. That is a dumb animal. Cute, but dumb. Wash them with a hose and eat them. The deer? It's a stupid reason, but it's funny to me. Mother was so calm around people that she allowed a lady to get out of her car and carry the babies off the road into a patch of grass under a tree. Those fawns had to only be a few hours old. They barely had their sea legs. Oh, dang. Okay. Makes sense that they're that stupid then. A real dog, not those pea-brain squirrel dogs that don't shut the hell up. I'm gonna need an example of those because, I had a Maltese not too long ago. That was my boy, you know? He's dead now, but... No, a Maltese. It's a type of dog. Maltese. He's in the backyard. Under the ground. I buried him myself. And I put him in this game because I love him. We kept his haircut short. He was a boy. Okay. Okay. So, it's a small little thing, but the way to deal with this is that you have to ride the minecart into it. And then you can get a treasure. Cross of a terrier and a Pomeranian? Goofy little thing. They're goofy little guys, aren't they? I just need this to look more interesting. This is boring. You know? Or maybe it's fine. Maybe not all of them have to be decked out. there a possibility for an underground river plus bridge? Not at the moment. Unless... You see, this is supposed to be like a trash area, you know? I don't even know what I'm doing here. It's just kind of like a... Blah. Okay, so basically, you know, garbage men will pick up the garbage and they'll take it to this cave where they have the incinerators for combustible trash, the dump for non-combustible trash, and I know there's some combustible trash in this, but just, you know. And then, I don't know what this is. I just kind of started doing it. But this is going to be like the boss's office, or whatever. The bed is totally combustible. Why is it in the landfill area? I don't know. There's also some barrels made out of wood in there. Why is that not in the combustible? I don't know. Yeah, ironwood. That makes sense. Isn't that a Ruby character? It would be fun that an RPG starts in a huge landfill. It doesn't start here, but this is the first dungeon that you have to go to. It's basically the tutorial dungeon. I think I tried Neverwinter Nights, and then I stopped within, like, 30 minutes. I'm just not good with MMO's play style. I just can't deal with it for some reason. Yeah, I'm at a loss of what to do in here, so I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just gonna ignore it, and I'm gonna put them in. I did kind of get into it a little later. I think it was only like 2 years ago or something that I tried it for the first time. And I'm usually able to go back to older games, but I don't know. I think there was just too much stuff that I missed. Of course he's got RPG knowledge. Why would he be here? Alright, I'm gonna put this here. I'll call it the supply room, because it's not actually going to be treasure. I've played Final Fantasy 1 to completion, but not Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior is the same as Dragon Quest, right? It's just a different name. I've played Dragon Quest 8 or 7. but I cheated because uh, a friend of mine wanted me to play the game, and he was like, "It's very grindy." So I just increased the amount of. Oh, I didn't know that. I just increased the amount of experience I get, though, to finish that sentence that I totally didn't finish. Alright, this one, beep, beep, beep. Let's get that. Ugh, so bright. The oldest RPG that I've played. Oh man, I don't know if FF1 came before Phantasy Star. I think it might have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did, yeah, because it was NES and Phantasy Star was Sega. So yeah. So Final Fantasy 1's the oldest one I've played. Dude, I went through freaking Phantasy Star 1 on stream. That game is horrible. It was a first person, and whenever you'd go into one of the dungeons, all of the walls looked the exact same. The only difference was the color, and sometimes they were just like this bright green, which I'm a pretty pale guy, and the green reflecting off of my face would make me start disappearing because of my green screen. And no, I have not played Ultima 3. Alright, I gotta do 10 push-ups real quick. I wanted to put my feet up there. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9, 10. I'm trying to do them decline today, but my cat's in the chair that I put my feet up on. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. I actually need to... move this down here. Because once I put this wall here, that wall right here, Sabaton Bismarck? Is that this song that's playing that I have as my stream music? Okay, cool. Cool. Because that sounds like it would be copyrighted. And this is royalty-free music. At least it should be royalty-free music, but for some reason I still get copyright claims on my streams. And then I just be like, no, that's royalty-free. So are you making a game? Maximum Sharpie? Are you in the midst of making a Vigi game with RPG Maker? What's your game all about? If you don't mind saying, because, you know, I don't know if you might not want to say. But like, it's a secret. Doing the technical stuff, wife is doing the writing. That's the dream right there. In my opinion, that's the dream. Working with a significant other. I've never had a girlfriend before. So. It's okay. I'm young. I'm only 31. It'll happen someday. Yo, really? That's awesome. Love Chrono Trigger. And Chrono Trigger gets you love. I can. Sort of the entire OST of Chrono Trigger by Wheat. I have done some parodies. You want me to play it now? Might have to wait till next time. Because I don't have the OST. And I'm not going to pull up YouTube right now. I used to have the OST. I don't know what happened to it. I can't find it where I had it before. Alright, this is a storage room. Family constantly harassed you about your long hair and always playing video games that you'd never meet a girl like that? Well, prove them wrong. Shouldn't have played RPGs and had a crush on Vegas from Chrono Trigger and Sephiroth from FF7. Who didn't have a crush on them, though? I shipped them. That's it. Thank you. No, I didn't actually have a crush on them. I was just like, I always wanted to be like them, you know? So whenever I was younger, and then I would actually go outside and play and stuff, I'd find me the longest stick that I possibly could, and then I would hit other kids with it. And I would be Sephiroth. Of course, it's not like I would just run around beating up other kids. You know, it was mutual, right? They would pick who they wanted to be, And like they would be like Spider-Man or something, and I'd be like, "Well, I'm Sephiroth," and then I'd be like, dun, 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 and just little kid, just making his own music with his mouth, and like beating up another kid playing Spider-Man with a stick. And you know, the Spider-Man would punch me, you know, and everything. But you know, it was just a play fight. But I did technically have a weapon. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Okay, so since this is a storage room, right? It would have something in it that's, actually, I have an idea. I have no clue how to use these. I'm so... We'll have some leftover plants. I'll say that they're fake plants, so we'll have a little bit of storage area that we can just have a bunch of plants. Welcome back, by the way. Trying to problem solve an issue in our game. But you don't know how to make MV do what you want to do? What are you trying to do? I might be able to help. I've picked up a couple things. It's gonna take a bit to explain. Well, I'm here till 11 my time. But as long as it's in bite-sized chunks so that I can keep up, I'm kind of flighty. My fan keeps pushing my hair. Yes. It's time. Sweet dreams. Okay, we can have a couple extra mine carts in here. Cart. Vehicle. Well, there it is. You have 4 party members in battle and use an ability to add a summoned creature as an auto-battle NPC. That part works and does what you want. Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, we're just gonna make 2 of those uppy downies. Vertical instead of horizontal. Alright, quick event. Treasure! If you have 5 party members, 1 in reserve, the fifth gets added into the battles in the 5th slot, and you can't get the 5th slot to be locked to only the summoned creature. With the 5 non-playable capsule carry. Okay. Do you use plugins at all? Because if you use plugins, some random dude has a summon plugin that can just create a character. The Yawnfly pack. Okay. Okay. You have 5 party members, 1 in reserve, and the 5th gets added into the battle in the 5th slot. You can't get the 5th slot to be locked on only summon creature. Yeah, and pretty much it's just one more name in the credits if you go for the some random dude summon. Other than that, if you're using Yawnfly stuff, if you use the party system, you can lock certain characters. Probably not the 5th slot, but lock actor 5 or whatever. If you're needing to lock it. Or do you mean you have 5 party member slots in battle, and the 5th one is only for summons? Because if that's true, then yeah, you'd probably get a little bit more use out of the some random dude summon. And then if you want more summons than that, you could have like everybody know how to make a summon in that case, and then each person would have like 5 summons. I mean, I'm not saying you should do that or will do that. I'm just saying with that one you can. Because you don't technically need a battle slot for the summon. Put them over here. Alright, and I'm going to choose... Should I give a Bone Nana? I'm gonna have a Summoner class, Engineer class, and Beastmaster classes. Ooh, I love all of those. Any pet classes are some of my favorite classes, period. So... yeah. Maybe I should... I don't know what to put in here yet, so I'm just going to leave it as a lively loaf for now. But I do know that I want at least... 2... Hold on. Let me... There. Okay, heads 2, tails 3 boxes. Heads 2. Alright, there are two boxes in here. At the moment, they're just lively loafs, but I'll probably change it. I'll probably put, like a book in here or something. Engineer gets a golem, which is really tanky, but weak to magic. Summoner gets summon spirits. Great with magic, but weak to physical attacks. And the Beastmaster gets animals, which are good at buffing party members and debuffing enemies. I love it. I love it. I actually made a homebrew class for 5th edition D&D for Summoner, because every time I looked around online for a Summoner class that wasn't just, you know, play a wizard conjurer or a wizard necromancer, they were always spellcasters, or at least half spellcasters. And I wanted something that relied on the summon a little bit more, so I made my own. And you do get a little bit of spellcasting in the form of spirit tuning, I think I called it, where any cantrips that your summon spirit knows, you can cast. But it's only cantrips. Unless they give you tokens or whatever. And I think I've got like 5 subclasses for it too. Screenshot for what? Because if you want to drop screenshots, I actually have a place. If it's about your game, then I have a RPG Maker thread in my Discord, which I encourage people to use, because I like to see people's projects. It's nothing special. It's pretty much a dead Discord, but I'm trying to revive it a little bit. Copy. There you go. So if you have anything you want to share in there, or just talk or anything, I definitely see everything that anyone puts in there. I'm just really bad at using it myself because, man, it's the same reason I'm bad at advertising for myself, because I'm like, I don't want to bother people. And it's kind of ridiculous. I should just do it. I should just advertise, you know? Little lounge. I don't know why I'm putting a lounge. But, you know, they should have somewhere to stay. Yo! Is this part of the world map? I really like it. This is XP? Is this did you make the assets, or is this what XP's default looks like? Because I haven't seen XP. Like, this looks like an actual game map. You know what I mean? Because I am constantly complaining about MV's default stuff, but this isn't default. But see this crap right here? I hate this. This right here. Why do auto tiles not blend? Like, I had my buddy do these tile sets, and he was like, man, I really don't like doing tile sets. I'd rather just redraw the whole map. So I gave him some money to redraw the whole map, and he's working on it now. I need to tell him about this cave. I mean, I've told him about the cave, but I haven't told him where it is. So I don't know how far he's gotten into it. And but yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of MV's overworld sprites, especially. Like, this is the first time I've ever made an overworld in any of the games that I've started and never finished. So this is actually, having an overworld is new for me, because I never have overworlds. I always just have everything interconnected, kind of like Final Fantasy X, until you gain a fast travel later on in the game. But I've never even gotten that far. You have an artist you paid to adjust a bunch of battler sprites for you? Like, adjust them, or just, or make them? Make them. Because, my buddy's also working on battle sprites for me. I totally forgot. I've got some new character designs for Avari that I can add to my pictures. But downloads. So, I'm gonna shill for my best friend for a second. I have his link down below the stream. If anybody needs any commissions. He's done all the art for the Twitch channel as well. And he's pretty much my go-to guy. Be warned, I don't remember if I gave the safe for work link or the not safe for work link, because he does do not safe for work content. But yeah, so I'll go through these and show off these again. So this is the main character. Well, I don't know if you have kids or anything, and they could just, like, walk in and see your computer. or whatever if you click it, you know. But this is my main character. This is him with his cloak. His name is Constance. As you can see, his weapon is a pin that turns into a scythe. And he carries around a notebook. This is Dalifrus Copperhelm, which is my buddy Joey's character that he created for this game, because I let a bunch of people create characters, a bunch of my friends and just people in general that I like, make characters for the game, and I'm slowly getting them $50 at a time. And this was his character. He made a 6-year-old dwarf boy whose dad was a blacksmith. This is Olivia, one of the rivals to the main character. And as you can see, she has a bag and a phone, and she pulls her scythe out of her bag. I gotta do 10 squats. Give me a second. Look at that luscious booty while I'm doing squats. Joey loves his booty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so she's like a goth valley girl mix. So that perfect, right? Perfect. This is Spike. He is the other rival to the main character, Constance. And he is pure 80s punk rocker. And as you can see, his scythe is his switchblade here, and it turns into a greatsword. And Avari is one of my coworkers' characters. She wanted to make a harpy girl that is an accidental homicidal maniac because she's very shy, and anytime anyone approaches her, she'll just go and like harpy screech them, and she'll black out. And then whenever she wakes up from blacking out, she'll notice that her harpy screech confused the person and made them fall off of the mountain. And this was the original picture of Avari that was drawn by my coworker. And this is the redraw of her by Joey. So yeah, those are the ones that I've gotten so far. And I just realized I never actually said anything about how the game is gonna work or anything. So I'll do that real quick, just so you might garner a little interest. Okay, so main character, Constance, ignore these. This isn't what he looks like. These are just stand-ins. The main character, Constance, is a Reaper in training. He is the most intelligent Reaper in the school, and he's only like 14 or whatever. You know, blah, blah, blah. Main character crap. The other two are also Reapers in the same school, but they're the best in their own thing. Spike is the best in combat, and although she's kind of a bitch whenever she's talking, Olivia is the kindest. So she's got the best customer service whenever it comes to handling the deceased. I do remember that. I do know that. Was it Control? Hold on. Or was it Shift? Alt? No, I think it's Shift. But yeah, they are basically sent into the world. World map blend thing? Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. That's... Maybe it does. Hold on. He made these blend tiles. Hold on. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it gets rid of it, but it doesn't blend. Oh, I just saved it like 3 or 4 times. Oops. Anyway, to make a long story short, the game is open world. So once you start at the Reaper school, you can explore, blah blah blah. Go outside, blah 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 blah. That's the courtyard, blah blah blah. You can, go around the school, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. And you are given a task to work with the other 2 Reapers to kind of figure out why people are losing their time. And what I mean by that is people are dying before they're supposed to. Their time is running out naturally before they're supposed to die. And so you're supposed to kind of go around and figure out what's going on. And the game is open world, so after the tutorial is over, which is what I'm working on, you are able to fly around anywhere as if you had the Final Fantasy airship at the beginning of the game, and just look around and explore until you're able to find ways to progress the story. And I have, let's see here, 23 playable characters. So you go around the world and you find spirits who have died to add them to your party. If you've ever played Valkyrie Profile, that's where I got that from. Ultima 6. I might like that then. I know not the Ultima series at all. And, have to travel around and find out hints on how to progress the story. I think I'm pretty good at leaving breadcrumbs So, but you know how earlier I said that my dog died? Like, it's been a while. It's been like half a year or something. Might not be a half a year yet. I think it was around like December, January. I don't know when. I don't remember. But he kind of. I've had this idea in my head for a while. The game idea in my head for a while. And I never did anything with it. Ah, freaking ads. I'll wait, since I'm specifically talking to someone. All right, I can do this while I'm. Is it that way? Yeah, it would be. That was that way. Yeah. Get rid of all of these. Where? There it is. Alright, this one could be a little bit more unnatural, I'll say. Oops. Gorp, Brewhawk, how are you today? I'm not doing well. I'm not making much progress. I'm not doing good progress. And I apologize for that. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I feel like I'm letting you down, though. And welcome back. I'm sorry about those ads once again. I have made some progress. This is... I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I was doing here, but I did it. And I'm just kind of leaving it as is, and I can come back to it at some other point. I made a supply room, and this is going to be a lounge. I don't know if I want the lounge to be, what's the word here? Basic brick. I said that instead of bitch. You know what? No. Yeah. We'll do it basically the same way. It's just, this one is nice and carved out way better. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks about right. So this is a place where they can, like, if they brought lunch, they can put it in here. And I'll put, yes, another one of these just in case. This doesn't have the refrigerator in it, does it? It doesn't. It'd be SF Inside. Yep. There we go. But yeah, I was just, I was telling Maximum Sharpie here about the kind of overall theme of the game. Until he got ads. The way it should be. Ads. Thinking about adding a couch. They deserve a couch, right? There's a lounge, right? Here, we can have multiple couches. I don't like that. I don't like what I did right there. Boom. Yeah. I don't know why I make a full break room here. Alright, add the lights. Would they have a restroom? They might have a restroom. It's been a while since I've made one. Ah, it doesn't work. I have to add my restroom tile. Give me a second. Dungeon Alt B. You're not opening again? There it is. Oops. Oh yeah, and Brewhark. Since you weren't here, I'll open this up again so you can see the new character. So this was one of my coworkers' character. This is her, you know, and she paid for her herself, so that's why she got her early. So if you want to wait for me to get there, you got a little while, but don't worry. This is not me trying to get you to pay for your own character. Just Don't want you feeling jealous. I'm not using this because it didn't work. For some reason, this is here, but it doesn't show up. So I'm gonna just get rid of that. And then... whoop. Boom. I don't know why I didn't just fill that. Override dungeon. Alright. Give me a sec. What is this? Why does that specific spot not show anything up? Oh, wait. I forgot. That one is always... that one's always blank. You can't put anything there. I forgot all about that. Yup. Oh, I'm dumb. Configure grid. What's that magic number? 48 by 48, kids. Snap to grid. I could just grab that, delete it. Why is that so blurry like that? Doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? Why is that there? Okay. Huh. Why is this Are you seeing that? Why is it cutting off the corners? This is the first time this has ever happened. This is the first time this ever happened to me. I don't know. It's just, you're so pretty, and it's been a really long time. Yeah, I actually have no clue, though. I would like to select a rectangular region. Why are you getting rid of corners? Oh my god. Oh. That is the most perfect square that I have ever done with a freestyle. With a free select. That's... And did I just put that in the freaking top left? So stupid. So stupid. I'm so stupid. Have I checked the tool options panel when using rectangle select? No. No, I have not. I haven't changed anything, though. That's why it's confusing me. Alright. Oh, I'm sorry. I already... There you go. I'll open it again. Ooh. Alright, time for this restroom right there. Look at that. And wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Ooh. Sprites will go from this. So you got them elongated, huh? Taller sprites. Ooh. Okay, so this is like a fan-made, like a not default assets, though you said, right? For XP. They look nice. Ooh, a wreck. I like them. Yeah, I'm not that much of a fan of the Inquisitor. I'm not too much of a fan myself of the default size of the character sprites either. Okay, you were wanting me to come in here. I might have accidentally clicked rounded corners or something. I mean, it's fixed now, but hold on, maybe if I change it, show grid, snap to grid. Nope. I must have accidentally clicked rounded corners at some point in that last bullcrap. I don't know why I always give a tile floor for, like, kitchen stuff. Alright. They have a little kitchen area where they can heat up their TV dinners that they brought to work. Should I bring this over here to this corner? I don't know. Forgot this was a 2-tile. magazines. Yeah. Forgot, can't do that. I can make a 2. Twitch no longer lets you hop onto the VOD of a stream while said stream is live. You can only review yesterday's and the like. That's weird. Doesn't work. Why did I get rid of that? Shit up time. Be right back.
Ooh. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10.
Alright, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Thank you very much. I'm going to be focusing on declined push-ups for a while as well, to try to work out my chest. I need to get my chesticles up a little bit. My arms are starting to get a little bigger, but my chest is staying the same. I need to get them titty. I get to get that titty meat going. Protein shakes plus sandwiches. Sweet. I don't actually do protein shakes. It might help. Plus they taste good. I've done them before, whenever I was in high school. But I don't want to spend the money on them, you know? Do I need this break room to be this big? I could probably half it. If I just took that and brought that over here, though, and I got rid of that. Like that, yeah. I do have a lot of snacks. 1, 2, 3. What's wrong with your milkshakes? Do they have to get it straight from you? I have nipples, Fokker. Can you milk me? Oh yeah, plant. You know what? They can have 2 plants for morale in this one. And you know what? In the supply, we got more plants just in case. In the supply room. Can there be a bucket of water? I don't see a reason why there can't be a bucket of water. Are there buckets in this? Stuff like that. There's a barrel. Barrel! I might have to go get a bucket from something else. Barrel! Barrel! Just in case the kids act up, right? Stop it! Settle down! Shut up! Do your homework! It does make sense. But they have a sink. Why would they... You know what? There we go. You see, this is one of those restrooms that doesn't have a sink. It's just a trough and 2 toilets. But, you know, you can't, as one of the running jokes in this world, you cannot see into a restroom. I wonder if I actually put this here so you can walk there. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to take control away from them whenever they go in. This? Nah, that's the restroom. I actually have to use the restroom myself. So, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, this is a gathering in here. But again, you'll never be able to see it. No, I'm going the complete opposite. The eye in the sky, known as the player, will never be able to see the bathrooms. Only the characters in the world can. What are you, a pervert? You want to watch video game characters taking a dump? In the dump? What are you, crazy? Are you some kind of nutbag? Why, you looking up little old ladies' skirts, eh? Bit of a pervert, are you? Oh, and once again, clock. No crappy rugs. That's okay. Once I do this. Now it's not so empty. There we go. Oh, and just a little update on the random encounters. The way that I was trying to do it wasn't working. Where I had a bunch of troops here with the specified region idea of 1, and then I didn't put that anywhere. I tested it out, and the fights would not happen unless you were on a 1, like that. So yeah. I just had to do it the old-fashioned way. And the old-fashioned way is make a common event with a random variable and have it call up a random number and have each fight correspond to the different numbers. So that's how I'm gonna have to do my random encounters for every single one of them. Every single place that has encounters. Alright, and this... We're just gonna create a door right here. We're gonna make a door right here, you know? We're gonna make a quick door right here, you know? Oh, what? What's going on? How's it going? This. Let's reduce that because everything's always too loud. Did you figure something out? Did you figure something out with your own game or something? Something cool? Did you figure out something cool? Let me grab this real quick. here. I'll put one right there. Put one right there. Right there and there. Boom. Alright, I don't know if that's gonna look proper. Maybe. Alright. So I've got the lights. Move that up one. Might be too much. Or too little. We'll find out. This goes to that. I don't remember if I have to. Yeah, I only did it on that one. Alright. Alrighty then. And then that. I haven't decided how to do that yet, so I'm just gonna ignore it for a second. Oh, that's what I need to finish. I figured it out. There. There we go! Alrighty then. Now you can't get into that room yet. I haven't made the events proper to where you can get into that room yet. But we can check out the lighting in all of the rooms now. I know that you were saying that the beam is a little crazy. Ugh. Oh, I couldn't see him. Oh yeah, I made it to where you can't. Yep, please. I had a weird thing happen when testing something randomly. And it was weird because my characters randomly were only able to attack Alizard here. And then I've tried to recreate it and it just doesn't do it. Oh, I forgot to put the glow on this. Yeah, I think there could be a little bit more light in this. Just a couple of light sources. That area is still really dark right there. This area is pretty dark. I got that set up though. Look at that. I have no reason for it yet. But there will be. Alright. We can tweak this area if we need to. Yeah, this needs... That needs one right there. Okay. Boom, right there, and that one's good. That one's fine. Did you see that the train tracks were changing which direction they were going to? Yeah, it's a little dark in there now. Alright, so this is just a lighting test. Yeah, this one's fine. I can get out, but I can't get in. I don't know, I kind of like that there's some dark areas in this one. But yeah, if you pay attention to the train track, it'll go boop, 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 boop. I got this down here. I got this to work. I've never stepped on a danger tile before in a game either, so I might... Oh! I stepped on glass. Oh! I stepped on glass. Get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Yeah. I wasn't able to get these flames just right. But I was like, screw it. Whatever. It's good enough for now. Oh, and I increased this a little bit to make it, like, seem like, oh, it's just really powerful. The sun coming from the outside is just really powerful. I don't know if it helps at all. It's really bright out. I actually changed the color of it to a gray, too, and it didn't really take. Got it. Gotta put these. Ah, freaking. Boom. And the thing is, I can make, as long as I have a hex code, I can make any color light. Little bird could help the alarm workers, to alarm the workers if there's an emergency. Like a canary if there's a gas leak. Is that what they used? Except brown? What do you mean? I could make brown. Just wouldn't look very good. Brown light doesn't exist? I'm not seeing it in here. I'm not seeing a hex code for brown. Oh, I mean... Once I put it in, it probably won't be brown anymore, will it? You've got me curious now. This is your fault. Be a quest where you need to place 5 canaries where they belong inside the mine. I mean, it looks pretty bad. I kind of... kind of have an idea for it though. So in the places that I want there to be a little more light, but not the exact same light, I might place one of those so that there's a little bit more. So I can keep a little bit more darkness, but it's not so dark that it's ridiculous, you know? More push-ups! Is the cat gone? No, the cat is not gone. It's still in my feet chair so that I can do... You gonna move? No? Alright, I gotta do push-ups. I'll be right back. Something to put my feet up on. Rude. I'm gonna move you. Right there.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10.
Alright, you can have the chair back now. All right. Below character, yeah. Okay. Alright, get rid of that. I don't need that now. Oops. I didn't even know that I had that on that. I wasn't meaning for it to be symmetrical, but I think I'm going to make it symmetrical. Well, as symmetrical as I can make it. I don't actually know if this is symmetrical. See, it looks kind of like a skull. Gee. Well. That works pretty well. I accidentally did something. Excuse me. I also like the shape of this room. If I just do that. Heart. Alright. And this one, go ahead and do that. Beep 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 beep. Alright, now I want that to be locked whenever you're first coming in here, so you won't be able to go in there immediately. So I'll do that later. Your sabotage quest is done. Who did you sabotage? What did you do? Splinter Cell sneaky quest. Oh, sneak. Ugh. Oh, it hurts me. I'm just bad at stealth games and whatnot. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to make a new tile set for this specifically. We just... like, I don't need this stuff. What I need... hold on, I also... wait, is it done? Yes. I also need that. Although, I wish I didn't have to get rid of the floor, but it'll be fine. Dungeon fancy.
The floor? Reminds you of a parody song. What song might that be? All in all, we're just another step on the floor. All in all, we're just another step on the floor. We don't need no wood floor cleanser. Beaming. Bushes of Love, bad lip reading Star Wars parody. Ooh. I haven't heard that one. That's too... I can't get this... You know, it might just be easier for me to open this up. Gimpy. Open it up, Gimpy. Gimpy. Gimpy Gimp. And I'm just gonna go ahead and replace this with one of those. Oops. Man, I wish I could get that on my parody song. I don't need these smooges. I don't need those smooges at the moment. Huh? Are you kidding me? No, don't do rounded corners. What is wrong with you? Why is it rounded corners? Oh, because that wasn't 0 for some reason. Also, you have to freaking tell me why this... What? There we go.
I just need this. This right here. That's all I want. Well, okay, maybe not all I want. Maybe I'll get one of these rugs. I want this green one. This green one. This red one. Maybe the blue one. I'll take this green one. So instead of this right here, I'll have that. I think that'll be a pretty good contrast. Alright. And yes, I've made yet another alt. But that's fine. Because that's all I need. And that actually means that I can just delete that. Oh. Dungeon A2 alt thing. Yo! Oh no! There we go. Ew. Get it out of there. Alright. That's all I really needed from that stuff. Alright, excuse me as I place that there. Alright. Excuse me for a minute. While I try to figure out where I want this. Right there seems pretty good. Alright, I figured it out. Figured it out. I don't know why that took me so long. That just really did not want me to... My brain just did not want me to figure that out.
It looks like another face. It's like. I love it. Oops. Me. Alright, let's see how that looks. Mmm. Okay. Not yet. Not ready for fights yet. Not ready for them. Even the boss is not safe from the plantery. Wait. That works better than this one. Why would he have that one? Sorry, plant. Sorry, plant. Don't worry. It'll be back to normal in a second. There you go. Alright. You know what the boss needs? Oh, and what the lounge could use. Didn't think about it before, but string of lockers. Doesn't really work. Beam, 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 beam. I was gonna put them back to back so it would make sense that they were in the middle. But it just doesn't. It just doesn't make sense. If they were back to back, it would make sense, though. Know what I mean? Yeah, you get me. You know what I mean. There's a crack there. Alright, we got some. There's a script that allows you to have your enemy battlers change images when their HP is low. Yeah, man. I think if you're using Yonfly's side view battlers, they just automatically do that anyway, though. Unless you're talking about in XP again. All right. It's still kind of bare. There's this one horror enemy in your Minecraft modded server called a hide behind. You'd love to add a hide behind in, and if you get the enemy down to 5% HP, have the hide behind look like it's turning and look at the player. So it'd be incredibly rare that it would just turn and look at you. That'd be kind of cute. How big is this thing? This is a crane. It's like two people's. Sorry, I had to complain about that for a second. For lifting Legos. I don't know why there's not like a file cabinet. A locker is closest to a filing cabinet that I can do. Where have I been walk behind this stuff in the first place? Wait, I'm not using. I don't think I'm using any of that stuff anyway. Well, I am using that. That. It's ridiculous. Ten more squats. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8,
Ooh. Alright, I think that's all the stuff that I've used so far. From this one. Maybe not. Alrighty then. Now, unless I can figure out how to make this place better. Hmm. I can do this. Just a single enemy roaming around makes the place a little bit less bleh, you know? Don't look at that, it's spoilers. Okay. And other than figuring out how to get into that supply place and, you know, searching around and finding the key for the door to the office, which I have to, you know, figure out, pretty much everything in this place is done for the first piece. I just need to make this here. And this is just a hallway. And I'll do the eventing stuff of, like, you know, how to get into the supply room, since that's like a side area. It's not going to be a hard puzzle or anything, but it's going to be like, oh, hey, you need to... It's going to basically say, hey, in a later on mine or cave, you might have to do this. And you'll have to, you know, get the
Sorry, I had something going on my. I had to file my thumbnail real quick, and I got really distracted. I want this to be longer. But yeah, as I was saying, I'll do the I'll do that eventing stuff off camera. That way it's a little. Oops. Alright, and then I will put those back over. Oh, that sucks. It's doing that stupid thing again. There. Ugh. Alright. I have this picture in my head. It's not gonna turn out exactly, but where is it? There. Arg. Arg. Dungeon B alts. I need to open camp again. Ugh. Where's that flip? Where's that flip? Ah. Not the whole thing. Freaking really? I'm dumb. There we go. There we go. Alright, and that should fix that problem. Should be all the stuff that I need. Alright. And here... Here, we're gonna do that. And I can do that. Ah. I might have to make this even longer to get the effect that I want. I don't know. It still might not be long enough. Ew. Hmm. No. No. That's not working the way I want it to. Strange. Weird. I've got ideas, but I'm not sure how to implement them. Huh. My brain isn't getting this proper. Alright, anyway. Getting caught up on the details. Getting caught up on the details. Let me do the base first. Gotta do the base first! Oops, didn't mean to do that. It's not working out for me. Okay, maybe. Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to do. What is that? Oh, okay. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, have a good night, Baruch. I think I'm probably about to turn this off too. I've lost my brain. My brain has stopped. My brain has stopped working on this. I'm trying, and I'm failing. So I think I need to sleep on it, and... yeah. So in 7 minutes, I'm going to do my sit-ups, but... yeah, tomorrow I'll get this thing done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And next week, I have no clue what we'll do. And thank you very much. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves today. So yes, I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.